the community. You know, in business, everybody has to be empowered with documentation. Now, the problem that we have in Zambia is we do not see the value in our land, especially in Luapula province. Go to northwestern province, we have chiefs, southern province, who are riding on helicopters. A chief has been endowed with a helicopter because he treasures his land. But in Luapula province, our land is not treasured, is not valued, whereby people sitting on those lands, this is now my appeal to His Royal Highnesses. The powers were given by the minister that consultation should go to the chiefs. Now, the problem that we might have is the subjects of each and every chiefdom have not been empowered with documentations to know that that is the land where they reside on. So my appeal or my intervention to go to the chiefs is, please, if it could be considered that the sitting tenants of those areas, there was a concern from His Royal Highness Chief to me yesterday, whereby one person is having over 45,000 hectares, which is not even developed, and that land was occupied by people who were just gotten that land from. Why can't we have the powers be given back to our chiefs? Because we know, history tells it that in the previous government, I might be a politician, I might not be, there were a lot of things of grabbing land from our His Royal Highnesses, from our chiefs. The powers were reduced. Why can't we have powers be given back to our chiefs so that they start a new process of formalizing the documents for the sitting tenants of those lands? Thank you.
Director, I think last year, your presence, you were not present, but we were here. And we don't want to make this Indaba into a talking shop. I think let's be honest with ourselves. There is corruption at play. But let us find out where that corruption is happening in the Ministry of Mines. Is it in Lusaka or it's here? But probably it's in Lusaka. And for you, don't ask me that who are corrupt, but I think the Royal Highnesses, ask them, they'll tell you, because you've got people you've given exploration license. They've been doing exploration for more than 5 years, but they are mining and selling. But whenever we come here, we say, in Mansa, people are mining, they're not exploring, but Ministry of Mines is quiet. Meaning some people are eating money. So let's find out these people who are corrupt in the Ministry of Mines so they can report.
Thank you very much. My name is Harrison Mwima from Luapula Small Scale Mining Cooperative Union. My question is directed to the two directors of the Ministry of Mines. In his presentation yesterday, he talked of the minimum period of one to access the license. If I follow that correctly, maybe that document that is talking about getting the license after 60 days was developed before digital came into play. Are you not considering to reduce the number of days that people should be waiting for their licensing? Because the world has changed. So that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, so we are going to take those questions, and when we come back, those are the next questions that we'll get to look at. So after His Royal Highness asked the questions, we are breaking for tea. Tea has been waiting for us. We don't want it to have an empty plate. So we are going to take our
Thank
tea.
you.
Just take 20 minutes.
I'm Chief Kanasakangala. I have a question to the ministry, and my question is that why is it that the ministry gives 2 exploration licenses on one land or one piece of land. While the old one is still valid, someone comes to Lusaka, you give him an exploration license. And the second one hasn't passed through the Royal Highness to get the consent. Why is it like this? Don't you think that you bring problems to our people? Because one area or one mine, it can't have 2 or 3 exploration licenses to the different investors. Why is it like this?
So can I request that we or we just go like
this is just a comment for the team. One thing I would like to advise is that most of the things which was discussed yesterday and which have been discussed today, they've been provided for in the mining law, the Mines and Minerals Development Act. It's important that we get familiar with that law. We are going to find that most of the things we're asking about, they're already there. We have Master Bureau there. Here in Lusa, we've got the Bureau. I'll make sure that we print copies of the Mines and Minerals Development Act, and each copy will be delivered to the palaces. And I'm sure we've got the email addresses. We'll make sure that the soft copy of the Mining Act is taken or is sent to all the stakeholders who are sitting here. And let's make sure that we read every day and we understand what is the law. In that way, we are going to know our rights under the mining law.
Thank you very much. I see many issues. Can I say that on why not by side to shut it? I want to get it tea when I am the
Thank you so much. Kanale sawa smashuka shani. Ka comment kandi na kukuchita appeal. My Royal Highnesses, my fellow traditional Royal Highnesses. Chieftains. It's a big institution in the nation, Zambia. My appeal now to you, my fellow Royal Highnesses. I am articles, I'm appeals. We probably should be able to go what judge to understand. Yakurati shop. So let us engage each chiefdom. I'm a person of lawyers. Because what I interpret into. Now, go to ama investors abashire wanya bwine bintu machifdoms mumyesu kuti vale kwafa koko bachita so. It's my appeal. Let us engage the lawyers to interpret these laws, bills in our chiefdoms. Failure for that, this Indaba, mining Indaba, not really Okulanda point. You said it's not to appeal, and you could start accuse never Minister of Mines. We were to be licenses, Kurusaka, fit up to issue. Sometimes the lack of information you have to quarter, Peter Minister of Mines. No, but my appeal, about to pay I have articles, my mail, one, either my article, and copies. Now, what my mails, but to me, I'm a come acts, but my mails. Take question for engage our lawyers. Institution of Muikuru. Temporary Yakorosha of your minds. This is a few. Namuna kesi wapaka kamurando kini kwa. So dia view day of Okubasha and Natash. What very to Swedish.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you can see from the discussions that we are having that these platforms are very important. And allow me to even just lobby that next year, beginning February, that's when we have the regional alternative mining Indaba alongside the Africa mining Indaba where ministers meet. It would be nice if we can gather again for the 6th Luapula mining in Saka to review the progress which has been made towards what we are discussing today. Allow me to also say that before we go, we need to create a document that will submit to the Ministry of Mines reflecting our views. So from the Royal Highnesses, anything that you want us to put in the communique will come to you so that we get the views of the Royal Highnesses. The business sector, the CSOs, the miners, and all the groups that are represented, we need to put our voice in one document, and that would be our measure of the progress that is being made. Allow me, before I release the panelists, to just recognize the presence of Chief Kalasalukangaba, who has joined us. Also the presence of the president of Mine Workers Union of Zambia, who is also the president for Publish What You Pay. And then our midst, we also have the district commissioner from Kawambwa. So at this time, allow me to release the panel. Discussants, thank you very much. Please, the offer for cocktail is still open. Those who want to sponsor the cocktail tonight so that we can interact. Her Royal Highness Chieftainess Tom for offer yampanga mkwaidash today sakechinda ngombe bana mayo tugeza ikoka impanga twatotera sana elo kalina kupatana bazanja land alliance muno na ba CTPT abagombera ku Central Province kachi na boto alabakoseresho kwebati bafushekwa amasambirisho mumpanga naba women in mining nabo bene baisasambirishako na ifo kwebali lelo lekesha babana ngabumwekeso bya nature lero lekesha pakuchingirira abana kuri leba mamainzi na ikobene tukalongo ko atabane sobale gombera kuserenje bakatwite ko tukesesambirishako bali inonshitana alomba madam chibale bala dokuisha ko the Royal Highnesses ndemona kule kuine ku VIP section baba pekanisha yesterday yako bala kwatila tea break, and then the directors together with DC Kawambwa also be guided. At this time, I'm inviting you, the Royal Highnesses, to join us for tea.
Elijah, please come back here. Here, please. Can I also request the Zambia Land Alliance to join us? That we are meeting in the afternoon, and then would want to have Zelelen join the panel in front.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Fletcher Mshimbwa, and I'm coming from a labor movement called the Mine Workers Union of Zambia. The Mine Workers Union of Zambia is the workers' representative. We mainly organize, recruit, and represent the interests of miners in the mining sector and allied workers. Allied workers, I mean, they are companies that do not do mining, but they supply services to the mining company. So, for example, we have Copperbelt Energy Corporation, CEC. Now, first thing that comes first to our minds when we talk about Wapula, we talk about Northwestern, we talk about other provinces associated with mining activities, is the issue of artisanal and small-scale miners in our country. And this is the sector that, as Mine Workers Union of Zambia, have realized that if well harnessed, we can really have meaningful development and also create jobs, reduce poverty at household and community level. But first of all, I want us to understand what is the role of Mine Workers Union of Zambia. Our role is simply to promote, safeguard, and also protect the interests and rights of workers in an undertaking. In this case, we are talking about the mining activities. But in the context of the artisanal and small-scale miners, the Mine Workers Union of Zambia has realized that the development and formalization of artisanal and small-scale mining operations can contribute, one, to employment creation, reduce poverty, and help National Treasury collect reasonable revenues. Our focus as a union has been the formalization of artisanal and small-scale mining, in line with ILO Recommendations 204, whose objective is to facilitate the transition of workers and economic units from informal to formal economy. The recommendation also seeks to promote social protection, decent working conditions, and workers' rights in general. So I'm simply sharing with you why Mine Workers Union of Zambia has taken interest in the issues of artisanal and small-scale mining in our country, Zambia. So right now, if you check around among the artisanal and small-scale mining in our country, you find that there is a lot that is need to be done. First of all, we need to discuss issues of formalization. I know the minister yesterday emphasized a lot on curbing illegal mining. But how can we curb this illegal mining? For us as Mine Workers Union of Zambia, whoever goes for work in the morning is a worker. Whether he's doing illegal work, is a worker, and he needs to be represented. And in the context of artisanal and small-scale miners, these are the people who also every morning they go for work to bring food on the table. And we feel that they have the right to be represented. They have the right to have whatever miners in the formal sector have. So right now, like I was sharing, that artisanal and small-scale miners, they do not have a right to proper wages. And also, issues of occupation, health, and safety are always missing. talk of the issues of personal protective equipment, PPE. I'm sure there's one time the Minister of Mines went, for inspections, and we saw on television how the conditions were bad. At times, even school-going children going in the pits barefooted, doing all those things. We are not saying mining is bad, but we are saying that we have to ensure that everything is in place, and that's our role as a union. These artisanal small-scale miners, they mine in an unsafe way. They just do it haphazardly, and they are subjected to all kinds of risks. They are not subjected to medical examinations as it is popular in silicosis and all those. So at the end of the day, they risk contracting lung diseases such as TB and the likes. So apart from that, because we are a union, we also propagate what Section 5 of the Industrial Labour Relations Act, Cap 269 of the laws of Zambia dictates. It talks about the rights of workers. And also Section 68 of Industrial Labour Relations Act also talks about the right to, having collective bargaining. But if you check around among the artisanal and small-scale miners, all these things are missing. Hence, we feel we are duty-bound as a union to come in and start helping out in those lines. So why did we decide to undertake development works in the artisanal and small-scale miners as a union? First of all, we wanted to widen our presence across the country and strengthen the organization through maximizing on membership. But we understand that since artisanal and small-scale miners are not organized as of now, our role is first of all to help them get organized, have proper wages, and be subjected to all the things that the miner needs. And then we can start discussing issues of subscription later and all those things. But we've also taken upon ourselves as a union to start training artisanal and small-scale miners in various skills. We undertake financial capacity building, and also we always want to link the artisanal and small-scale miners to the market. So yes, the responsibility of a trade union are to advocate for a well-designed policy as well, and ensure that they are implemented to ensure miners have access to rights, financial services, market information, and technology they need. You agree with me that one of the ingredients to the now much talked about electric car batteries is manganese in case of Luapula. And so you'll see the demand will be very high. And we'll be having people coming from other countries, which is good because they are coming that we develop together. But even the local ones who are there, they also have to maximize benefit from this manganese. And they can only do that once they get organized and formalized. And that's what we're trying to push as Mine Workers Union of Zambia. So we provide training, capacity building in finance, and also help artisanal and small-scale miners form cooperatives for collective say in terms of pricing on the market. Yesterday, the minister, I think, raised a concern to say these people who come to buy, they can buy at their own price, because artisanal and small-scale miners who are producing these manganese do not have access to the market and do not have information, market information. So we want to organize them so that they can have a collective, say in terms of pricing on the market. We also want to help the artisanal and small-scale miners by making them get organized and integrate them into the mainstream union. So during our quadrennial conference in October, we amended our constitution as Mine Workers Union of Zambia, where we recognize the artisanal and small-scale miners. And taking a step further, we've been to chiefdoms. Senior Chief Moa is one of them. We reached out to him because we realized that we cannot start going direct in the pits and everywhere without really recognizing the role traditional leaders play. In Northwestern, we are working with Chief Mena, and we'll be spreading out to other countries. So we want to ensure that artisanal small-scale miners, through the associations and other groupings, they can be integrated into the main Mine Workers Union of Zambia, so that we can work together in achieving all these things. So we also want to help in terms of safety, health, and environmental issues due to risk. I think I talked about the risk that they're exposed to because they do not have proper, equipment, that is PPE, and so we want to help that. In Chief Mena's area, we are undertaking a program where we've even distributed PPE, the helmets, the gloves, and other required PPE. So we also want to help artisanal and small-scale miners to form cooperative consortiums with owners of mining sites. We have, in case of Mr. Mone, I can agree with me, where we have the famous Black Mountain. So we are scavengers there, but like I said, as a union, we don't call them scavengers, we call them workers, because they are working. So we try to see how best we can, initiate negotiations with the owners in case of Black Mountain and see how best they can do it in a proper manner and ensure that they mine in a safe way. Child labor is one of the biggest challenges in artisanal and small-scale mining. In case of Luapula, we see where at times school-going children, they even abandon school to go and help collect manganese and all those things. Young as 10 years and at times even 8 years. So these are issues that we are also trying to see that we work together, we keep this situation and allow children to go back to school until that age when they'll be allowed to engage in an undertaking. Lastly, we're also promoting gender sensitive and make an important contribution to also livelihoods and the local. So in every undertaking, you find that there is a gender that is marginalized. In this case, it's women. So we're trying to see what are the needs, even as they are mining manganese, what are the needs of these artisanal and small-scale miners who are women? What do they need? How can we help them, get what they need? So this is because artisanal and small-scale mining operations have other links with the local community and the economy and the potential to create more local jobs and can therefore have a greater impact on reducing poverty. So Wakaname Samkwayava Limuno, Banstadium, so I know to one of our mine workers union of Zambia, the real Pisa Mkwai, but Tomana Tokla, Shina Shan, Mkwafulisha. Apatrevo Bano Teko, we've started engaging government as well because they are the custodians of all the laws. And at the end of the day, they are policymakers. So we can only appeal to the associations, we can appeal to government, we can appeal to their royal highnesses to see that we work together. What these artisanal and small-scale miners are doing is to earn a living. We can call it illegal, but we can help them to legalize whatever they're doing. And we cannot just leave it because it's illegal. We have to do something together and ensure that whatever those miners in the formal mining companies benefit from, even artisanal and small-scale miners also benefit from. To Asante Mwane, Asante Sana, thank you very much.
Another round of applause. So much for that presentation that helped us to understand in terms of work that you're doing to support the active participation in artisanal and small-scale mining. We are back in the afternoon session to look at some of the key concerns that were being raised. There were a number of questions that came before we left. Just by way of reminder, I think there was a question that was speaking to licensing. I think there were some concerns that most of the licenses are in the hands of bigger mines. I think another issue that came around this was the challenges that the small-scale miners or the artisanal small-scale miners face when it comes to seeking consent to people that might have the bigger licenses. I think the second issue that had come out was speaking to empowerment with regards to land, that a number of people do not have documentation that supports their occupation of land. Others were also raising issues related to access to the same land. The last thing that had come out was a concern to do with suspicion that there could be corruption at play when it comes to obtaining some of these strategic documents that support mining. Allow me to also make mention that we are combining this session with the afternoon session, which was supposed to look at issues around land displacements, issues related to compensation, as well as social environmental impacts related to manganese mining. And because of that, we've also made a few changes to our panel. We have Zambia Land Alliance who are joining us. We also have presentation from the mining safety department so that they can provide for us some to respond to your questions. So can I open it up by giving back to the ministry to respond to some of the issues at the end?
I just hope the people who ask this, I can see empty chairs. Yeah, so I think I took note of about 5 questions that I thought I should respond to. The first one was, I think, addressing our strategy to return to normal licensing after that long closure. The specific question was whether we are considering granting permission to applicants so that they can begin mining before they are issued licenses. The answer is no, we are not considering anything like that. I think here, let's be clear, the Mines and Minerals Government Act was not made for the Minister of Mines. This is a country law, it's for all of us. We are just a few that have been given responsibility to enforce it. That doesn't mean we can do anything, including things that are not provided for. Then that would create anarchy. Section 12 of the Mines and Minerals Government Act is very clear. You cannot do exploration without a license. You can't do mining without a license. You cannot process minerals without a license. And that should remain. The question is, there should have been, what strategy do we have to return to normal so that we don't make this issue drag long? Actually, we have, as you may have seen, intensified the licensing processes, including the sittings for the mining licensing committee. They are more frequent now than before. Between November and today, I think we've considered over 1,200 applications. This has never happened in the past. And we are proceeding on the same trajectory. And we are hoping that by end of July, we should be done with the backlog that has been choking the system so that we go back to normal. The second question was talking about us having to look at the licensing practices, especially here in Mansa, where I'm not sure if it's just Mansa, probably even Mukushi, where manganese is being mined. From the tone of the question, it appears that I think we share that sentiment. Large-scale explorers have not done a good job. Like Director Mines did explain here. Apart from the mine that has opened in Ichipili now, a large-scale mine, we don't have any other mine pointed as a large-scale mine in these areas. And that has brought a lot of frustration among the citizens. And yes, we can actually question the need for large-scale licensing. So to me, I think my response is innovation is the way forward. If we really think when we sit in this gathering that large-scale exploration is no longer preferred in these areas, such that if you are going to allow large-scale explorers, maybe let them be the minimum
the list of all the considerations that we have. So that if there is another serious explorer that comes our way, maybe they can get a tenement. I think that's for the gathering to consider as a recommendation, which then maybe should inform some future legislative reforms. So that in areas where large-scale mining is not suited, we should have a provision that prescribes otherwise, so that then the licensing committee and the Ministry of Mines are appropriately guided. Because to just have to decide, in Massa we're not going to issue a large-scale exploration license. That would be difficult to implement. The third question was questioning the ministry's commitment in dealing with the defaulters. Again, we're talking about these same large-scale explorers. Those that have shown that they are defaulting, they are failing to implement the proposed program of operations, or they've gone into illegal mining, or they are doing any other non-compliances that is known, and then we have let them keep those licenses. Our new direction is that we are defaulting. By defaulting, I mean we are writing all those that we know that are doing one or two wrong things. We write them default notices to tell them or ask them to explain within a given time why their licenses should not be terminated. So far, I think we have terminated over 38 or so. I'm not very sure with the numbers. I think if you check on the display, they advertised the results of our previous 3 mining licensing committee, particularly the 71st ordinary meeting. You will see that there are licenses that were cancelled. So that's the direction we are taking now. If it is established, and when you give us a report that there is this illegal thing that is happening, be patient with the ministry, because we have to do due diligence. We can't just act on the rumors. When we are told that something is happening that is wrong, we constitute our teams either from the bureaus or HQ to go and carry out a physical inspection of this and produce a report about what is really happening on the ground. And if you establish that your allegations are true, we write to these license holders in accordance with the provisions of the law. I think it's section 72. We're supposed to write to them, give them reasons why we intend to cancel their licenses, and they've got a right to respond within a given time. And when they have responded, we look at their response, agree or disagree with it, take to the committee with a recommendation either to quash the license or warn them or whatever. In an event that we establish that everything is true, they have failed to explain, we cancel the license. And when we cancel, again, we inform them. So it's a long process. People have to be patient. So if you have reported the matter, I would ask you to make a follow-up with us and find out exactly what you're doing. We never sit on these things. You can make a follow-up and then you will be able to respond what we are doing, because we are doing something about it. The fourth question was asking whether it was possible to reduce the 60-day period in which exploration licenses were issued, or the 90-day period in which mining licenses were to be granted. Again, no, we can't. This is just a guide. It doesn't mean that when you apply every time you have to wait for 60 days. No. This is something that puts pressure on the ministry to say, even when you have inefficiencies, please grant these licenses within 60 days of receipt of applications. But currently, it is very difficult to abide by this provision because of the long closure that we had, and license applications kept being received. But we are trying to reduce. As I said, we have given ourselves up to the end of July to normalize. And when we normalize, you may see a situation where you just wait maybe for 2 weeks, or maybe wait for 1 month, and your license is out. The last question was relating to issuance of 2 licenses in one area. This is not possible. We can't issue 2 licenses in one area. I'm going to explain where you have seen such happening. Or when you check on the portal, you see that one license is sitting on top of the other. There are explanations to that, and I'm going to explain. But first, let me explain just us processing and issuing a license. We can't issue 2 on one area. This is why we ask for coordinates. Once an area has been, an application has been validated, it means the coordinates have been assigned. The geospace has been assigned. It means it cannot be assigned to another, because there's nowhere it can sit. So where you see 2 licenses, here are the possibilities. One, we are granted the license, then probably the holder defaulted. He was written to explain why the license should not be cancelled. Either they unsatisfactorily explained or they did not respond at all. We proceeded to cancel that license and then allowed other people to apply on the area. When they saw that other people had applied on the area and they were granted, then they launched an appeal giving various reasons. One of them, common one, is that we are not informed of any intention to terminate, because they gave us probably wrong address. We wrote to them, they never received. And then the appellant office listens to them and directs that we rescind our decision and give them. So during that conflict resolution period, you may see that there are 2 licenses that are active in there. But there's always an explanation. Everywhere where you see 2 licenses, there's an explanation. Either we have a court order, again, having successfully complained, someone maybe gets a court order to say reinstate him. So we reinstate, and during that conflict period, you see that there are 2 licenses, but only one should be valid, because we are waiting for the conclusion of that conflict resolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention. Allow us to also recognize the joining of His Worship, the Mayor. Thank you so much for joining us. Zambia Land Alliance, issues around compensation, displacements, being an authority in the space. What have been observations in terms of the areas where you've been operating from? What are some of the challenges you're seeing?
Good afternoon, Your Royal Highnesses. Good afternoon, Your Worship, and ladies and gentlemen. I can't say children today. Just want to highlight a few issues to do with the what I would regard as the impact of large-scale investment. Large-scale investment have inevitable impacts on the land rights of people, the local. And this spans across different ministries. Talk about the mining sector, it impacts on people's land rights. Agriculture impacts on people's land rights. Water development, hydropower generation, all these where there is large-scale investment, people's land rights are affected. Now, what are the impacts? The impacts on people's rights are that people are inevitably displaced from the area where they stay in order to give way to the investment. When people are displaced or are moved to make way for development, it is not illegal. It is not illegal. There are, however, guidelines that must be followed. The government of the Republic of Zambia has put in place guidelines, rules, and standards that must be followed in an event that people must be moved to make way for development or investment.
and their guiding principles. For example, some of the guiding principles are that all persons, groups, and communities have a right to suitable resettlement, which includes alternative land, which is safe, secure, accessible, affordable, and applicable. That's the guiding principle from the National Resettlement Policy, which is currently undergoing review. We are not sure what the form the new one will take. The settlers shall be given permanent right of ownership and use of their land by being issued with certificate of title to the land. What this means is that when people have to move, the new places must have titles so that there is some sense of permanence, so that they are not moved today and tomorrow they are moved again. Then the size of the land allocated shall be commensurate to the ability of the settler to develop the land or adequate to support an average family with basic subsistence, food, and reasonable surplus. Then people unavoidably displaced shall be compensated and assisted so that their economic and social future would be generally as favorable as it would have been in the absence of the project, or even better. Then 5, involuntary settlement should be conceived and executed as part of the project cost. Now, what are the challenges that we have seen? What are the challenges that we have seen in our work? What we have observed is that community members and most stakeholders, including investors, do not understand the resettlement and compensation process. So as a result, community members are made to move without claiming their rights and their entitlements because they don't know their rights. They don't understand the resettlement process. We have also observed a lack of monitoring of the environmental impact assessments and the RAP that are being implemented accordingly. We have also observed that in most cases there is non-adherence to the provisions of the National Resettlement Policy. So the investor does what he wants to do according to what they want, not in accordance with the National Resettlement Policy. Unfortunately, this has also implicated government. In cases where the government that is implementing the project, we have found that the same challenges are also experienced. The compensation in many cases is dependent on the type of land. What it means is that people on state land tend to get better compensation than those on customary land, even if the size of land is the same. There has also been minimal and sometimes no provision for community consultation in the resettlement process. What this means is that the developers will sit down and divide the plan without involving the affected community members. And they are told, okay, we are moving in this way, without prior consultation. There has also been lack of coordination among stakeholders in the resettlement and compensation process. There are different stakeholders involved, but unfortunately, the coordination has not been there. You find the investor and the government agencies are not properly coordinated in their response. And lack of readily available information on the resettlement and compensation. So when communities have been compensated and you are asking how much were they given, the information is not there. The investors keeping it to themselves, and so you cannot question whether that was adequate compensation or not. So that becomes a challenge for those of us that would like to hold stakeholders accountable, because information is not readily available. So this is what we have observed around
displacement and compensation.
Thank you so much. We are back for the questions. Do we have some questions for the audience?
Yes, we have one here. I'm still here before I pick questions from this section.
Thank you very much. My name is Gabriel Mama. My concept is about exploration licensing. If chikakakwebati ngawa wasanga bakumbena as an ordinary person like me, wataka kufaya abenga exploration license so that bakubere consent. Now tabachika allow tetwa kusumilisha kwa tusende consent letter. Then you are going to find maybe the numbers or the contact numbers to call them or maybe to make an appointment so that we can talk. But maybe warampa baraku kanipila or baraku bato the one of the exploration license is not around the country. So apart from that, fee shipping ngachitwako ngata mwichita communicate na my exploration license so that you can get artisanal license as we empower local.
Thank you so much once more. My question, I don't know if it was tackled yesterday, it's concerning the policy framework. I know we are talking about manganese, but obviously we cannot do away with Switchlight. I don't know what the Ministry of Mines is doing about it on the issue of licensing where Switchlight mining and trading is concerned. Thank you.
I think the third question.
My name is Johnson, founder of Switchlight in Zambia. I want to find out from Kadasla portal to the registrar. We have an issue of Mwombe here. People, they don't know the owner of Mwombe. Because if you go on Kadasla portal, it's showing that the Ministry of Mines and Minerals. And when you go physically, it's showing that there's a foreign license. So we want to know who's the owner of that Mwombe mine.
The one who comes to direct. Here is someone we need to put in our history books, yeah? I'll see you afterwards.
My question again is on large exploration licenses. I just want to disagree where the technocrats are saying it's such the chiefs who first consent and then they give me the licenses. What I want to find from you directors of mine is where the whole chiefdom is being issued with exploration license, large scale exploration, including the palace. What do we do on that one? Because you are saying it's such the chiefs who gives consent first and then you issue the license. But you find a situation where the whole chiefdom is given out. What do we do in that situation?
That's scary now.
I'm okay with it. No, thank you very much. Actually, it's very important to raise these questions, and thank you for the opportunity to explain and make it clearer. And I hope this a geospace. It has got an area to sit defined by coordinates from point A, B, C, D, E, closing, so that we can talk over an area. You can't talk over an area if coordinates don't close. This is a technical thing that our Trimble Landfolio technology or system helps. It's the tool we are using. It's for the country, but given in the hands of the Mining Cadastre Department to assist with the licensing system. That comes first. We have to make sure, this is why we say validated pending mining licensing committee decision. What we are saying is your application has got some space in which it is sitting. You can literally say now, yes, you have applied because it sits on some land. You can't have a license that sits nowhere. That's one. Two, which will answer why you have a parasin in the license and everything that we have issued. My area statement was that these licenses, they are all conditional grants. They are not valid until all the conditions have been met. But they are needed nevertheless, because nobody should come to a palace without them. What is it that will define your relationship? To sit and start negotiating for how they are going to do this without a paper. So the system found it necessary that we do that. We give them the paper and then attach conditions. One of the conditions which will take care of the palace and the other hospitals, schools, and everything. Because when you check on the portal, they just see an open area and they apply for all of it. We ask them to return to us within 180 days or so, I'm not sure, with what we call a pegging certificate. What that means is that they've been to the ground, they've touched base with the chief, the owners of the farms, the people who are in that community, to show them where the graveyards are, where the schools are, where the farming is, and everything. Then they take new coordinates, not the ones that they got on the system by just looking, because some people don't sleep. They have left their computers on, they just see an open area, they apply for it, without knowing what is there on the ground. But when they come on the ground, then they discover what is there. We expect them to return to the ministry with what we call a pegging certificate, which should exclude areas in which exploration cannot take place. It should exclude areas where mining cannot take place. You can't mine at a school, you can't mine at a palace, you can't mine in Kumanda, you can't mine in Mufa Mudiamutu. There are a lot of places where you cannot mine, and these will be excluded when they bring the pegging certificate. So they can't do a pegging certificate without engagement with the community. That's one. Then consent as well. The consent, like I said earlier in the morning, it's not just a paper that the chief writes and signs. No, it is informed by a lot of things, including these issues of begging, where you want to do the exploration, what minerals you are looking for, what are your plans for the development of this area, skills empowerment, and everything else that you can discuss. And you can even engage, oh, we have welcomed you, please, can you go ahead and do the other things that are obvious? Who come for the consent at a later stage. That is in your power. So what we are saying is we give these exploration licenses conditionally, and one of the conditions is that they should touch base with the Royal Highnesses, the communities, title holders of land, farmers, different people who have an interest in the area that these people want to look for minerals or they want to mine. Yeah, I hope that does. So I'm going up now. You said Monday Mine or something. Who are the owners? I think you are free to visit us. I can't answer that on the platform of the couch. I actually have no idea which mine this is, and you have to come with the specifics. Know the company name at least. If you can know if you can also the number of the license, because the company name is going to bring a lot of results, maybe 4, 5, 6 results, and we don't know exactly which mine this is when you say Monday Mine, and that's just the company name. So have the number and you are welcome to visit us. We will check and give you every detail that you need to know about that license. Mining of Switchlight, I'm not sure if the director will take that. I think I want to comment on that one. I have one, which was the first one, exploration license, mining in exploration licenses. My brother, the first thing is, can we lose interest in other people's licenses? I know the ministry has been running a deliberate program to raise awareness and encourage Zambians to participate in the mineral value chain. Yesterday, I even said, do not apologize for having such a desire of participating in a meaningful way. But that doesn't mean we should break the law. A license gives somebody exclusive rights. Exclusive means only him and those associated with him or with his company can look for minerals in there. Don't go looking for minerals in other people's areas. Please don't. If you know, maybe use your skills to negotiate and find how you can get consent. Let's not make it mandatory that when you find, then you should get an artisan. He is looking for those areas themselves. They want to develop a large-scale mine. So if you find all the areas and then you put artisans in all of them, then you'll be going on and complaining about large-scale mining not coming up. Why? Because we have diluted exploration to mean a way of developing artisanal mining. No. Exploration is exploration. Artisanal mining is artisanal mining. Okay? I know now we are driving a deliberate policy for empowerment, which we are. I think as a ministry we have our own strategies. If you really want to ride on that, I think the Director Mines receives all the cooperatives that have been registered across the country, which we should take into consideration when we are freeing areas, because we are freeing areas on a daily basis. Of course, that is an exaggeration. On all the times when we are issuing licenses, cancelling licenses, areas are being freed. So there are areas that we can identify to say artisans are going to operate in this area. The director here keeps those cooperatives that are registered. So that when we open areas and we can think about where to locate other people and everything. But proactive on your own, if you have an interest in somebody else's area, please negotiate. Let's not harass people that have exclusive rights to enjoy in these areas. Thank you.
I don't know the issue of exactly what about switching like in just like any other thing. It cannot have exclusive licensing either. Not at all. Why should switch like have special licensing? No. Switch like is just a gem. We have minerals in different categories. Minerals, gemstones, base metals, precious metals. But there are no exclusive licenses for particular class of metals. Minerals, not at all. By the way, let me take this opportunity to ask, how many areas in our prior Switzerland, apart from Chile there, which other area? It's what? Again? Again?
It's only Tembe.
So, why do we keep on talking about switching, which is not even there? Where? Well, I know there are a lot of rumors going on. Let's not exaggerate things. We can say that. Let's not exaggerate things. We specifically know Chile. And even there, Chile, if we can find, we would qualify to know how much that is down. Maybe it was just a small pocket. So they need for extra geological infield drilling to establish the amount of food that this can be a terrification. And food that is very, very rare. I
wish I had time to explain to you how Switzerland is formed. It's a long process. That's why it's not so common. So let's not talk about Switzerland, which we are not even defining.
So I've taken too many questions this side. I want to know if we have questions on this row. I've seen one here. Do we have any questions on this row? Do we have any questions? Okay.
Thank you. We really appreciate for the good answer that has been given by the Director of Mines. Period. Let's not work on the speculation. If you are arrested, now the point is, the answer is 110% correct. Switzerland is like any gemstone. So it shouldn't have restrictions for director. It should be like qualified restriction. It can be found anywhere. So our complaint as miners is, if I find Switzerland today, let me not be in conflict with the government of the Ministry of Mines. Look, it's okay. If it is the tax, get the tax. Now we are scared. We know how to buy some. Let it not be like that. We know it's important that the government or the Ministry of Mines should qualify, which is very, very okay. But again, to me, the whole country, the whole province should be under the woman. The other minerals, let's concentrate on other minerals.
Yeah. Is there any question here? Don't complain that I didn't give you chance.
My question is, kuri banyabasenga ama large scale, like kuri nchendo shimo ishaka tumuntu asenda large scale like today asenda within a short period, large scale not even for exploration yakumina mining license. After asenda ambo kuomba no kwambo kushupa wakaleka mushi. Hello? No kwambo kushupa leka mushi ambo kuimba aleitu ile tumenshi mukamana efyo abantu banwamu bakasukuru eba leka mushinga wati barate kwati twalikwata ama powers from Ministry of Mines turapera ama tax bushe ama tax yo bapera balipirira leka mushi olo balipirira palo wabo because leka mushi wali affected just because of kuma mines yamo ayaleisa ngama company ayaleishira muma foreigners because I am a company, I am a foreigners. Now I have a power kukuchira ama locals that quit Jama Kapema locals and we have got power and we have got money, we can do everything whatever we want. We should get free of what? Thank you so much. My name is I just want to make a request from the directors general from the government. Yesterday, there was a mention that there will be a mineral commission formed which will regulate the value chain for manganese process and other minerals. So our request is to involve the locals in the commission so they are included. I remember yesterday the minister mentioned that if there will be funds. So before it's even formed, we are appealing that you should consider that the locals, it's a must, they should be part of the commission.
So there's an issue of involving local communities in process of establishing the Minerals Commission, as well as the issue of over-regulating. So do you like any responses?
I think others will help me. I don't know if I have understood properly on the commission. We are transforming the Ministry of Mines from being a ministry that runs with the departments in the front line. Mines Safety Department, Mines Cadastre Department, Mines Development Department, and other departments. We are saying we have not responded to the people's expectations well in that strategy. We are changing to become semi-autonomous. We are still Ministry of Mines, but we want to form an organization that is semi-autonomous. Semi-autonomous means it does not depend on the government for its operational funds, 100%. So I don't see how that can extend to every person in the communities and become part of it. It's like ZEMA. ZEMA is a semi-autonomous institution. I don't think everyone works for ZEMA. What we meant when we said we take into consideration the needs of the people, the roles of the chief, and it's in the act that will create the commission and will provide for its roles. It must provide for provisions that we think now are not there in the current Mines and Minerals Development Act, to make sure that the improvement is not only at ministerial level, but also at community participation in the mineral value chain. That is what we meant. Not that the community should be joining the commission. No. You can join the commission, just make an application as a person, and then you'll be employed by the government. The commission would be an institution like ZEMA, ERB, and the others. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I want to tackle the issue that my brother raised concerning issues to do with mining and pollution. Firstly, I want to make it clear how mining comes about. The whole process starts with the issue of conducting an ASIA, which is an environmental social impact assessment. The reason of conducting assessment borders on issues to do with the safety, the health issues, and the environment issues. It is done so that the regulators as well as the developer should understand how the mine will be in coexistence with the environment and the communities that are located where the mine is coming about. Okay? In talking of pollution, pollution is something that is controlled within the same area, because the area contains what is called an environmental management plan. Okay? So the environmental management plan simply helps the developer in matters to do with how they are discharging, say maybe water, how they are controlling issues, say maybe dust pollution, and then coming to what you were alleging, I don't know, but I would like to know the money, so I'll see you privately. What can I say? Okay, so coming to what you were saying, issues of pollution are very sensitive. You cannot allege pollution without maybe analyzing, say maybe you analyze the water, okay? everywhere where a mine is operating, especially maybe mines which are located where there is water, there are issues to do with watering the pits. It is normal, it is a normal practice. But for you to know whether the mine is polluting or not, you have to conduct some scientific studies. And that is evidence enough for you to say the mine is polluting or not polluting. Otherwise, as mine safety, we can follow it up because that is our job. Thank you.
Are there any last questions before we break for lunch? So the ones I'm taking, the last ones. Last.
Walisunga abantu abafuna amachinese baniba mwenye n'abana besu babyali kwanze ya kyalo ndio shughuli ya kwenda pakwenda taliawama mwefunga kisunga kyokeka bwino tulesunga amachinese uko tulesunga abazungu abafuna nabena besungira abana ine abana bandinga mu Zambia muno abaishi vanokulemba echiremba kutambira pari kwino taishi vanokuranda nechiremba okulemba kuranda chikaona iveshira kwevati avakwenda avazungu bonse paturi muno munopatokwete ewadina Yesu Kristu topari ovengale pulamo munopa uwa blue na uwa black vanangashe tuliananga tunapapata ishiwili akapaturana kwevati amapakwenda pesho mwevahome kunoko mwapurana central province muzambia yose tufiro kuvavanangashi ndakati ndeweleshapo apuvachona tinototerape ndeweleshapo vana vaemwaaaendapaimonoso ndepa vana mayo kuchalo chandi kuliseuva chimanganizi neshimbe yagondi neshashala ndefana nayo mwaikosa omuliti mwaisa mukombona bantu mwe bana kashi olya kuchoshi mwamona olya imwe naine tokwata omwana omukushe kintu ekiwitire ero kirakosa tantashira wama kwisa mwambona niwanzagaonesha takali muntu wa black na blue pano bonse tuli bamubere mumulopa bakwa Yesu Kristo kuyisabye kuri fiza amateuga bafunga cyangwa ese babituliro y'umulungu n'akabanza bagonda byose bana mayo kwireka temwebene kuri konse mwakwakirane afanye n'ibisha y'amagaite yaciya kuri konse kumwandi nangusha yogwenesha kwa nyacho lero kauza bayikora sio byose kopiri na ku ekopiri kano mwema nakashimwa ibika ko mwatandala mwansa mwachona kila kintu chikumwebene na mwisho wa mwendele nao lijeshi wili akwema ati watakwenda we mwipata mwe wachiraranda tulivananga chinocho chesu cha Zambia.
My question, sorry, this is Chief Shaibia from Bush. My question is targeted on Mr. Musone from Land Alliance. My observation is that the illiteracy levels affecting this resettlement policy. Most of our people are illiterate. They sign to, they consent to anything, even things they don't understand. And some investors, knowing that certain chief is covered with the law, they will do everything to avoid going to the chief. Now, what do we do with such an investor who is taking advantage of our illiterate settlers in order to give them a cheap compensation? Thank you.
Shampai, Muchinshi, Riva, Nabose, Magabu officials, observed. Why question? Yakshara before break. Jakutila. Kushafu. Kwatifuma ukutila takwaba fyama maini takwaba masikulu n'amakliniki takwaba abana barachunga amayo afyashi bakitere batata bafyashi bakifu kabamba eko nachunga nomba ndekwaya ifwe bali muno ama stakeholders bushe kuti twabakwa shani pakuti vipindu vye kunchende yako apo babika lokwagula ebipindu. It's easy said done. Kulanga kuti twalanda nomba kuti tubakonge kye tukumbe emirimu twafwane bakuti abaana batandika okusambira amasiku yabe mupepe twalakisa shani uko twalaya nikwisa bantu my heart bleeds as a former teacher. Chukwile bwino nalipita mu mpango omutwala enfundo kwabula abaana okukiboku okulemba nomba kusanga ekyalo mukushikulu walero mu Zambia abaana takwaba esukulu takwaba kiliniki awe nakiripa ndeikusha mukwaya amakombe ya mfumu ni bakubafwa shamkwaya.
Translating. I hope I'll translate correctly for. So she has said there are concerns that have come from our traditional leaders that are speaking to the lack of support towards the construction of infrastructure such as schools and clinics. And beyond us just discussing in this place, what can we all do to ensure that they are assisted and those structures are developed in these communities? Also, maybe making the attempt to translate what our traditional leader had raised. I think she raised the concern around ourselves differently. She says whether you're coming or you're a Zambian, we are all together working towards trying to find a solution that for the benefit of all of us. She further went on to make mention that in her chiefdom, a lot of minerals. Some of those minerals are silver, some of them are manganese, of gold, and she's inviting prospective investors to come to the chiefdom. But besides that, she's making an emphasis that it would be very nice if we can have and quite expressing interest to participate in exploiting these minerals. Have I done it correctly? Oh.
Hello, my name is Alan, coming from Goapula Small Scale Mining Cooperative Union. Actually, I just wanted to find out from the directors of mine in front of us how many mining licenses in Goapula province that have been cancelled. And if possible, they have stated them so that we know it was up to this time. We have heard that some of the explorations have been cancelled, but we are still seeking consent from the owners of those. I don't know if it is the former explorations or they are still valid. So I would like the ministry to very clear so that we are not moving up and down, running after consent letters from the rigid and stingy owners of the large scale exploration mining licenses.
Good afternoon. My name is Harrison Wima. Muchinshipsha Mfumushamse. Now I tungilira the event. My concern is we have seen that the new Dawn government has come to make a lot of changes, especially in the area of empowering a local person. These communities, when you talk of registering for a cooperative, they have to go through a lot of challenges to raise money just to register a cooperative. Now, there is that component of ZEMA. There is a lot of money that is required for that activity to be done. Yeah, I don't know if the relevant authority can intervene so that that burden is removed from those locals who want to enter into mining. Because as it is, very few cooperatives can afford that 25p plus. So that is a concern or a request to the relevant authorities to come in, because as it is, at times it becomes an obstacle for them to move from that stage to start the processing of the mining. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Few to the mining delegate. To raise the question to say that the government itself has opened it up to the citizens, the community. Any Zambian can go there and purchase gold there and even money. Why haven't you done the same with the students? If you are saying and saying that it is a thing of everyone, not the Zambian people go and take harvest of it. But as it is treated like it's cannabis, where if you have it in possession, you're scared of arrest. But you are stating to say that it is a mineral like any person can have license of it. Issue the license to the people and let them have access to it. My other query is on stating that the license period is only 10 years. The practical part of it is that people have licenses for over 15 years, for over 20 years. So let the Ministry of Mines answer questions on a practical point of view as things stand right now, not on the technical point of view. We should handle issues based on how they stand. And then the geological department survey, chief stated to say that they are aware of every mineral that is there. On the practical point of view, it is the local communities that actually find these minerals and inform the relevant authorities. If we had a situation where the geological survey department was aware of every mineral in Zambia, we were not going to have this illegality that we are currently facing.
I got also very much concerned with the question which was raised by His Royal Highness, seated next to him, where two people are found to be in one particular area. A serious problem. I'm seeing from my work from this. There is a problem between island minerals and the former MP for Chifunaburi, that is Mr. Ellis Munsa, where Mr. Munsa went directly to Lusaka and claimed to say the license was taken away just because of the former rolling that, you know, we are trying now, we are trying to study these things. You know, we went on the website of Cadastre. It was shown that his license expired some time back. And this particular person is still insisting. He went to the, I'm very much sorry that talking about even the minister is not here. Mr. Ernest went to the minister's office, the present minister, Mr. Kabusu. And he was, you have seen me looking on the phone. I was trying to find the letter that was written to Mr. Ernest, and which was brought to me. It said it was a mistake that the license was given to her, and the owner is only written without any document. Without any document from the Minister of Mines. All the data from the Minister of Mines. I'm sorry, I didn't want to go in depth because you know, I'm going to put some people in problems. In the present government, maybe go the other way around. So this is the problem that I've got right now. And if I'm going to find this particular data, maybe I'm going to have one you. I'm going to provide this letter to you so that you can see. And the licenses are all there. Thank you.
Press the panelists to respond to any of the issues and also give concluding remarks.
I've been guided that I need to respond. After responding, then I give my concluding remarks and then on the marks. Yeah, the next question was relating to how many licenses we have cancelled in Wapula. Again, I can't answer this on off the count. Like I said, we publish these things. They are on the notice board. I'm not sure whether the bureau here has published, but we send results to all the bureaus in the country. Sparta, Bushi, Wapula, Mansa, Sorwezi, Kitwe. We send these results there. So you can, at your comfort, visit these people and check which licenses belong to this area among the cancelled licenses, and then you have that information. But I need to elaborate more. When we say we have cancelled the license and we are published there, please don't take it that that area is open and now you can start applying for it. When we cancel a license, the law requires that people are given leave to appeal. Okay, so when they appeal, the appellant office, the minister's office, also has time within which they should respond. And this is a long process until we finally come to the finality of the situation where the cancellation is sustained or maybe it is reversed. This is why you find, like the chief did talk about, you know, 2 licenses being in one place. It's because of these things. When we tell you we have cancelled the license and then you apply, and then you are asked there, we fail to do some due diligence, we end up allocating you that land when it is not available. It becomes a problem. Okay, so you can, at your own convenience, visit the bureau, ask for the list of licenses that were cancelled. I'm sure it is there. If you come from Lusaka, you can come to the Mining Cadastre, you will find it. Zema issue and the fee for environmental. I don't know. I think as a people we have a problem. This is what I was saying. Let's not look at these laws. The EMA law as belonging to Zema, the mines law belonging to Minister of Mines. These are our laws as a people. If we don't want these laws, please, let's just propose that they are amended and provide things that we are able to do. Environmental management cannot be overlooked, otherwise mining won't be sustainable. Even if we say it's an artisan, we'll give you an artisan license tomorrow, there will be an excavator there. The concept that an artisan is a pick and shovel is not true. It depends on the ore body that you have. So environmental damage is not selective, whether you are artisanal, you are mining in an artisan license. These are just sizes. An artisan is 6.6 hectares at most. That's all. Everything else that goes on in mining, opening pits, digging, and everything happens there as well. So maybe we should be asking the government to say what incentives is there to assist in these issues. I know the citizenship environment, citizens economic empowerment did reach out to the minister at some point, making proposals on how those are pieces of agenda that they can pick and debate them. Maybe if you have an artisan license, you should have access to some finances of some kind to enable you to do one or two of these things. Otherwise, to say be excluded, I don't think that would be a fair way to the environment, fair way to all other people. Because now, what you are saying is, even if you were given an artisan in somebody's field, you would just go and start mining without engaging them. Because during the assessment, you discover that actually there is a field there. You talk about how you are going to compensate the owner and everything. But if we exclude, it means all those things just forgo, and then we create more conflicts. GSD explorers and the community discovering minerals. I think it is a duty of people that have been given exploration licenses to explore. If you bumped into the minerals in their exploration license, I think that is I've already addressed that issue. A license gives somebody exclusive rights. Let's not set up every morning in people's licenses looking for minerals, and when we discover them, we start making noise. We are going to be derailing our own development. These large-scale explorations are very important. If only they can be executed. This is why I'm saying let's concentrate on making sure that they are executed. Because if they are, there will be large-scale mines that will be opening up, some people will be employed. The pressure we are having now will reduce. We have this pressure now because there's no large-scale mine that has ever opened, but then we have large-scale explorations. So everyone wants to go small because they have also decided to go small. So if they can go small, everyone is saying, why not? And this is why you have this frustration. But if we manage to control the situation, explorers doing exploration, artisans doing artisan mining, small-scale miners doing artisan processing, doing processing, I think there will be no such confusion that we are doing now. Right now, we are just frustrated, and the frustration is understood. People who got large scale are expected to develop large scale mines, and they are not, and that is what is frustrating people. The solution won't be going into their areas and now demanding that we open small mines in those exploration licenses. Because they deserve to be cancelled, as we have said. Report the illegal things that are happening, we'll do some due diligence, cancel the license, then we will receive submissions as to whether we should issue another large scale in that area or not, so that we can entertain small scale mines.
The problem is the government is encouraging us to tell our local people to dig their toilets. Remember that not even all of us stay where we are today. Some people stay in the bush, their villages there. They never knew that by digging the toilet I'm going to find something. They dig toilets, they find those minerals underneath. And when they are found by the owners of an exploration license, they tell them to move out from that because they are already they have got a license already there. There is some friction between the locals and the holders of exploration licenses.
Yeah, yes, okay. Hello? Yeah, yesterday I did that on section 4 of the Mines and Minerals, which talks about the principles of mining. Under at the end of that section 4, we are reminded that minerals are perishable, that they are not renewable. Therefore, in exploiting them, we should take into account the needs of today and the needs of the future. I think that's that is the thing. Article it says citizens shall have equitable access to mineral resources as well as benefit from the development of minerals. We can use these provisions properly. Okay, it's not everybody that discovers minerals by digging the grave, by looking after animals, by just moving around in your farm. There are so many circumstances under which you discover these minerals. Come through. Okay. And there is no one shoe fits all. Such that here we should prescribe that if you discover this, it will go like this, if you do this, it will go like this. There is always a way using these same provisions. It's just how we interpret it, looking at the situation. It's equitable. Equitable means even you who has discovered should be recognized somehow. It's equitable. If you are blind, you should be recognized somehow. If you have no limbs, you should be recognized somehow. It's equitable. Equitable. It's not equal. So these cases, I think let's bring them as they are. It's not everybody, you know. If you are digging a toilet, you found that come, don't announce. You know, the problem is we announce and even the owners know, then they want to chase you. Let's not announce. Come through, get advice. And we will navigate that. Because it's deliberate policy by the government to ensure that artisans do mining. Yesterday I already guided. Even when you know I'm coming to mine manganese, but if you know the exploration license from which you are asking for consent is doing manganese, please don't list manganese there. You are making it difficult for you to get consent. Unnecessarily. We know that you come and mine manganese, but I made that license when it is yours. Not when you're asking for consent. Because you directly a legal provision. So let's take those cases as one.
Let me come in. I think that they are made. I don't want to come in a bit. I want to ask the young lady, what's her name? I like your energy. So I'm coming in because you asked about being practical. I think it's the reason we're here. Yes, and you're looking at the chief geologist himself. We should work together. Okay? It's the same like you go to the hospital. The first person you see is the nurse. And they'll check your temperature and everything, you are sweating, headache. The nurse will know that, probably it's malaria. But they'll take you to the doctor who will help you heal. So view me as such, so that we don't start seeing each other, because we are here to provide solutions. And one of the knowledge which we want to leave is that if there is dialogue, who will guide you. The minerals, yes, we know they're where they are. I may look fat as it is, but I've been in the field. I walk, I move the mountains, I go everywhere. But what is important, I'm going to demonstrate a bit. Now I want to take, I'm just throwing punches in the air, but imagining that I'm hitting somebody. So please, come. Being practical, yes, ask me, Mr. Tapewa, if this is my area, what can I find? What information is there? I'll give you that. If you've discovered something, I'll tell you, show me the pictures, how are the rocks looking? Okay, in this way, it's supposed to trade like this. Take care of the environment like this. So for this, please, let us just interact. And we are practical as we can be. Thank you.
Yes. The issue of island versus Mr. Mwansa, Kanavesa, I would advise that probably you touch base with the minister's office. Just like us, officers of the ministry. The minister receives these complaints from different citizens, and if the information is not presented in a manner that is conclusive, you end up concluding wrongly. So with the information that you have, I'm sure the minister will be very happy to host you and get a complete picture of what the situation looks like and which position he should take to make a decision that suits public interest better. Thank you.
I just hope that in the next Indaba, we are just going to look at the progress made in implementing the major measures for just look at during this city.
Good afternoon once more. It's going to be like a concluding remark, but I want to address what is Royal INS Chief Shaila raised concerning the issues of compensation and relocation. Yes, it is very true that illiterate levels affect the RAP process. The reason is simple. When people see a developer comes in, the developer is interested in land. When they are told, I'm going to offer you this much, they will be so willing to live and get that package without understanding, is it what I'm entitled to? Why? Because they are not familiar with the guidelines and other regulations that are related to resettlement action processes. Okay? So I think what is important is exposure. People should know the process that the developer should take before they are being compensated, before they can be located. Because one of the most important things in the RAP process is actually consultative meetings and scoping. So people should be aware of such things in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In our concluding remarks, our observation is it is worrying when questions repeat themselves time and again, year in, year out, we are asking the same questions. This is a challenge to the Ministry of Mines. Maybe we are not providing sufficient information to stakeholders. And if that is the case, then we should find innovative ways, friendly ways where information is made available. It could be through electronic, physical, and whatever means, so that some of these questions are addressed. We know that corruption happens because people do not have information. And those who are clever are going to take advantage of the knowledge gaps among the people. So maybe this is a challenge that we need to look around. Thank you.
I don't know if I have any concluding remarks. Just never taking the opportunity to answer what I thought was omitted from the lady that engaged with the chief geologist about sujite being an ordinary mineral. Yes, I reiterate, it's an ordinary mineral like any other, and it requires a license to exploit. Here we are talking about sujite in some exploration licenses belonging to other people. I don't see why everybody else is agitating to deal with it. If you have it in your license, please just come and say, me, I have sujite, here's the evidence, can I add it on my license? We can start finding sujite in your homes and everything. Yeah, we'll treat it like chamber because it requires a license to vote. You can't just have it. From where? That's anarchy.
All right. I think I want to add to what my colleagues have said regarding the question that was raised by His Royal Highness, Chief Shaimila, about the literacy levels in community members, which results in investors taking advantage of them. First and foremost, I think the government and us as stakeholders have a role to play in sensitizing community members about their rights, about the provisions of the law, standards, and processes. Issues of resettlement and compensation are very, very important, especially in these areas where there are a lot of investment going on. And therefore, I think government and other stakeholders must make it deliberately, make deliberate policy to sensitize community members. One challenge with government is that they are not good at disseminating existing policies and guidelines. For example, the National Resettlement Policy that is expiring, which is under review. I don't know how many have seen it here. And even those that have seen it, it's in English. It's not in Bemba, it's not in other local languages, which makes access to this document a problem. So what we have done at Zambia Land Alliance is that we've translated some of these documents into local languages for those who may be able to read local languages but not English. So we have copies, I think, in Bemba, in Nyanja, and in Kaonde, because these are the areas where we have operated. So we translate these documents and make them accessible so that community members can read, understand, and know their rights. They shouldn't wait until they have been affected. Now they don't know what to do. Now they're looking for information. I think that's important. We need to ensure that this information is widely shared. For the investors who take advantage of local people, first and foremost, we want to treat it like they're doing it out of ignorance. So our first line of action is to sensitize them as well. These are the standards and the processes. But in the event that they are doing what they are doing with impunity, knowing fully well how the process will be, but they are taking advantage, then we can take them to court. ZLA investors to court, and some licenses have been applied. So the first thing is that them so that they are compelled to the provisions of the law. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. I echo the same sentiments of what our speakers have said in conclusion. But I just want to highlight that one of the things that we have observed, the Center for Trade Policy and Development, is the lack of information or the information gap. And to bridge that gap, what we do in our line of work is to go to the communities, find out the challenges that they are facing. So, for example, in the context of the manganese sector, we knew the importance of the sector, especially in the province and in Mansa in particular. So, we had to conduct a study so
that we can come up with the strategies. But to do that, we need to find out what are the real challenges from the people. Because oftentimes when we're just there in Lusaka, we'll be browsing through the documents. There's that mismatch, what the real challenges are. So to the government, we are happy to provide, if you haven't already seen our findings, we can share those with you so that it can even inform our policies going forward. I think you've heard for yourself some of the challenges that the people are facing, but also to the community, just to inform you that us as the Center for Trade Policy and Development, we are with you, and our mandate is to promote for poor policies, and the policies that will be able to benefit our people and improve your livelihoods. I'm sure even our Royal Highnesses, maybe one of these days you'll see us conducting a study, really just to ascertain what are the real challenges that the people are facing and how best can influence government policies. And we're excited to have been here and all the concerns and challenges that have been raised. We can assure you that we advance those even in our research work. It's not just theory, but we make it practical and evidence-based research. So thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
We can do better. So we have come to the end of our engagement session. I hope we all found it educational, informative. It's very important that we should exchange information, especially that it's not often that we meet in a manner like this. Allow me to reiterate our appreciation to the experts that came through to engage with all of us here. Thank you so much, Director, for the information provided. Director, thank you so much. ZLA, CTPD, and TIZ, thank you so much for engaging with our audience. Equally, appreciation to our traditional leaders for the quality questions reflecting some of the challenges that the various areas that they are representing are facing. I think it is equally important that policymakers are made aware. To all the active miners, thank you for bringing some of the concerns that you have with regards to the sector that you are actively involved in. So we are breaking for lunch. Allow me to request that we all be upstanding as we allow our traditional leaders to be the first ones to leave. Thereafter, we'll have our representatives from government who will leave. Then we can proceed to join the procession. We'll have lunch where we did yesterday in an event that they haven't finalized. We can take time to network, engage the speakers, find out more information with regards to the subject that we're discussing. May we request that we are back by 14:30 to allow for more time since we delayed. Okay.